Without a clue, without a sign, without a grasping yet, the real question to be asked, where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter.
Alright, so I played Donkey Kong Bonanza um, at like a kiosk thing that they have at Walmart. So I played Donkey Kong Bonanza for a total of like 45 minutes. Um, I did like three 15-minute sections, like the 15-minute demo. And I didn't get bored of it. I wanted to keep playing. I wanted to like keep but I felt like I had like a good feeling how it was. So in the first 15-minute section, I is my mic working? Hopefully. Um my fingers were getting tired in like the first 15-minute section. But like as I kept playing, I like got more used to it. Um I thought it was good. I could have just like stayed there and kept playing, I felt like, but like on the first 15 minutes, I explored the first area a lot. Like the starting area. And then my whole 15 minutes I just spent in that starting area. And I wanted to like break everything, but I realized like I should move on. And next and then the next two 15-minute times I played were like I played the actual level, which was there was like a lot more going on there. I was just like breaking through terrain, like breaking through everything. I did like a few of those challenge rooms. I did like one challenge room where you had to like break all the gold. So one thing was cool. I found a challenge room like under the ground. I didn't expect that. It was just like through the terrain. There was a challenge room. I was like, what the hell? And I like went in it and I don't know. It was fun. Um, I felt like I could have just played more, but I played for 45 minutes, like three different times. The first time I spent in the first area, the second two, I just like rushed through the first area, got to the level, and like tried to do as much as I could in the level. But the lagoon layer level, um, but I didn't get bored of it. I wanted to keep playing, but I felt like I had like a good idea of like how this game plays, and also so it is by the Super Mario Odyssey team. We have that confirmed, and one thing that I saw that was just like Super Mario Odyssey that I didn't hear like anyone talking about was like you lose gold when you fall off, when you like yeah, you fall off the map or you die, you lose gold, just like in Super Mario Odyssey, you like lose some coins. Donkey Kong Bonanza ending. Okay, so you lose coins. It's not even like showing it. I don't know, I'm not even finding a video showing it. It's like you lose some of your coins when you die in this game. And it's like the same exact concept in Donkey Kong Bonanza. You lose some of your golds, like your gold nuggets, when you die, when you fall off. I just didn't see anyone saying that. Alright, what is this?
Kirby Air Riders was one of the biggest.
Why fans are worried about Sakurai's new Kirby game? Earthbound, SNES versus Switch versus Wii U.
Biggest surprises in the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. But what's even more surprising is the return of Masahiro Sakurai as a director of a Kirby game after more than 20 years. On paper it makes perfect sense. A beloved creator responsible for one of Kirby's most iconic spin-offs returns to develop a long requested successor, now armed with decades of experience and refinement. It was the high point of an already excellent announcement, but apparently not for everyone. You may have seen some concerned comments with fans wondering whether Sakurai will properly represent the Kirby titles.
Yeah, like, imagine if Sakurai created Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Like, Kirby games aren't made by Sakurai, but he created Kirby. Like, the first few are. Like, he made... Did he make Kirby and the Crystal Shards? No. He didn't make Crystal Shards. Air Ride. This is the only one he made since, like, the first ones. Return to Dreamland, like, nothing to do with Sakurai. But, like, Sakurai making a single-player game, like, Kid Icarus Uprising is, like, so good. So, like, if Sakurai made, like, a Kirby game, I feel like he might make it really good. Like, Sakurai makes, like, open world Kirby or something. But it's also Kirby Air Ride, maybe. I don't know. I always thought Kirby Air Ride was, like, lacking because it couldn't, like... Yeah, you could get off of your vehicle, but it's like so limited off of the vehicle. Like maybe you made like a 3D world to explore as Kirby, and then like all the air rides are like a bonus, but like Kirby still has like movesets and stuff and can like do things in 3D. But I don't think they would do that with Kirby Air Ride.
He hasn't worked on, mainly everything since Return to Dreamland and beyond. In this video I will break down where that concern comes from, what people mean by modern Kirby, whether Sakurai is really ignoring it, and my take on the whole debate. To start with, it's worth pointing out that this is a pretty niche discussion. Most casual Kirby players likely haven't even noticed, but there's a common assumption among certain fans that Sakurai tends to overlook modern Kirby representation, and some even believe he holds a bias towards the game he personally directed. The term modern Kirby doesn't necessarily refer to the current time period, but more to the directors and creative phases of the franchise. Despite receiving a remake, Return to Dreamland on the Wii isn't modern in a chronological sense, but it marks a major turning point. It was the first
Wait, Kirby's Adventure Wii? Return to Dreamland HAL Laboratory. This wasn't directed by Sakurai either, though. Maybe this was?
original mainline entry directed by Shinya Kumasaki, who went on to shape the series with a string of successors built on the same core gameplay style. This divide became even more noticeable due to the absence of a proper home console Kirby title throughout the 2000s, making Return to Dreamland a clear starting point for the version of Kirby that many young players recognize today. The same goes for all those characters we take for granted. Margolor, Taranza, Suzy or Elphalin are so embedded in the franchise by now. It's hard to imagine a time when this wasn't the case. As a result, we speak of the classic Kirby era, everything up to Kirby 64 basically, and the modern era with Return to Dreamland and all its following installments. However, it's important to mention that Sakurai didn't even fully utilize classic Kirby's repertoire. When looking at Air Raid, for instance, you will find no traces of Dark Matter or the Animal.
I don't know, I feel like Return to Dreamland wasn't like a notable, even like a memorable game for me, I don't think. Felt like there was a lot more like 2D handheld Kirby's.
Buddies. The only title reference are the ones he directed. This is also where people's concerns
With
primarily
like more
come
moves.
from. Sakurai left HAL after Kirby Air Raid and hasn't worked on any Kirby titles since. In the meantime, he directed major projects like Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Kid Icarus Uprising, Smash for Wii U and 3DS, and Ultimate, to name a few. A significant portion of his career has been dedicated to Smash Bros., which is also at the heart of this entire discussion. The Smash series is a massive crossover platform, a reservoir of franchises, and as each entry grows larger, it becomes increasingly difficult to represent every series fairly. Some IPs already seem to receive special attention, and while character choices are reportedly decided mostly by Nintendo, Sakurai is still the one fine-tuning the details. Notably, since Brawl, there hasn't been a single new playable Kirby character added. As a fan, I would love to see more Kirby fighters, but I'm also honest enough to admit that there just aren't many must-have newcomers left in the series. Most other options are just fan favorites, rather than essential additions. They don't carry the same weight or demand as characters like Ridley or King K. Rool once did. A lot of people don't like to hear it, and yes, about a quarter of Ultimate
It is kind of crazy how Ridley and King K. Rool
Nintendo simply hasn't treated Kirby as a priority for additional Smash fighters. And for now, that's just something we have to accept. Kirby, Meta Knight and DDD form the core triceps of the series, and they're probably the only characters players outside the fandom would recognize
Like
as
Ridley was one of the most requested for so long. It was really high on the request.
simply. Still, there are ways to represent the franchise in Smash beyond just adding fighters. Mii costumes, trophies, bosses, these features often serve as stand-ins to give an intellectual property some spotlight. But even in those areas, modern Kirby falls admittedly short. Smash for Wii U included only a bare minimum of trophies, Ultimate offered barely any Mii costumes, and we just got a handful of spirits as consolation. The only real modern representation come from the contemporary Final Smashes for Kirby and DDD, and two alternate skins for Meta Knight, and that's about it. Every other major addition, the massive Great Cave offensive stage, Marks as a boss, and the fully dedicated gourmet race segment in World of Light, is based entirely on Kirby titles Sakurai himself worked on. There's no question that he doesn't completely
Really?
ignore modern Kirby, but it's clear he tends to lean on the classic era whenever the series gets additional features in Smash.
Wow.
That's the main reason people accuse him of having a bias, or in more extreme cases claim he simply doesn't enjoy modern Kirby at all.
I mean, he's not the one making
It's
it.
easy to get
That's-
the impression that Sakurai either doesn't care about
Why?
modern Kirby, favors his own past projects, or simply isn't a fan of the newer games.
I don't know, dude. Like, you look at Kirby Air Ride, there's like so much content there. And Sakurai just makes these games with so much content. So I would say, like, I don't know. I just think he makes really good games. So I think whatever he made with Kirby would be really good. I think it's in like good hands. And like you also get the other side. But I was also saying like he should probably make like the 3D one, like the main ones too.
He even went the extra mile.
Like I think it's really good that he's the one making it. Imagine like it wasn't Sakurai and it was a Kirby Air Ride. Like that is such a cool announcement with it. Like imagine like it was just Kirby Air Ride is announced and then it's made by like some other team. Like not even Nintendo or something. Like I think it's a good
Copied
thing.
the whole mold from Air Ride and Smash for 3DS. He must be so full of himself. But unlike most people on the internet, Sakurai is a grown professional man, and some of those assumptions are simply based on emotions. Personally, I don't believe he dislikes modern Kirby or secretly holds a bias towards his own entries. Smash is an incredibly complex project to develop, and the fact that Sakurai brings so much deep knowledge of so many franchises to the table is a genuine blessing for the series. You can be sure that characters like Mario or Link receive those small extra touches because Nintendo likely requests them to align with the success of recent games. Meanwhile, Samus barely reflects the core mechanics of her own series, and Ganondorf is still using Captain Falcon's moveset as a blueprint. Does that mean there's a bias against certain Metroid or Zelda games? It's more likely a result of set development priorities and limited time. With only so many franchises to properly focus on, it's simply easier and more efficient for Sakurai to lean on the Kirby entries he knows best. It doesn't take extra effort, in-depth research or time-consuming coordination with Hell. Sakurai already knows exactly how those classic Kirby stages should look, how marks should behave, and how familiar elements from traditional titles can evoke nostalgia in players who may not even follow the series closely. Yes, I also want to see more modern representation, and there's
It's definitely very true though. Like I don't know, maybe we will see like mouthful mode in Kirby or in Smash Bros or something. Like from the last Kirby game. I don't know if he would like make changes like that.
definitely a lot of untapped potential the franchise could bring to Smash. Maybe Sakurai's return as a director for a new Kirby title will rekindle a stronger connection with the current era of the series. And with Forgotten Lands' outstanding success, there's a good chance we'll see a noticeable overhaul for Kirby in future Smash games. But for now, the lack of modern representation seems to dampen some of the excitement for Air Riders among a group of people. Logically, the concerns surrounding Smash can be extended to Air Riders. No modern playable characters, no
I'm like totally fine with this. Like if he wants to like spin it off in like some other weird direction that has nothing to do with anything, like I think I am fine with that.
courses inspired by recent entries, and no acknowledgement of the evolving lore in a fundraiser, really trying to stay neutral here. The teaser only showcased differently colored Kirbys once again, suggesting a lack of recognizable characters beyond the usual trio, Kirby, Meta Knight and DDD. However, it's important to remember that this was just a teaser, and it seemed deliberately designed to appeal specifically to longtime Air Ride fans, rather than reveal new features. What people associate with Air Ride is a group of colorful Kirbys soaring on their stars, and teasers exist primarily to confirm the project's return, especially when it's something fans have been hoping for over many years. Air Raid's item system revolved around copy abilities, which is why only Kirby's were playable, while Meta Knight and DDD were limited to specific playstyles. The literal real stars of the
Oh,
show,
you
and
could
in a
play
broader
as them.
sense, the playable characters, were the various vehicles themselves, each with distinct and unique attributes. I'm not pointing this out to sugarcoat the limited roster in Air Raid or potentially in Air Riders, but because it's
How do you unlock DDD? You can unlock him. Event stage 24 in the stadium. I'm talking like that's the type of thing I'm talking about. He makes like he made like event matches. I didn't even know that was a thing. Alternatively, you can unlock him. So there's hidden characters. I didn't even know that. Kirby Era. That is awesome. King DDD and Meta Knight are unlockable. I didn't even know. Fly for 30 minutes in Air Ride or break 1,000 boxes in City Trial. I want to see, like, how do you unlock them? Is it like... Do you, like, fight them, like in Smash Bros. To unlock them? Or you just
Ground
unlock
Kirby
them?
is probably the easiest to unlock. All you gotta do is get yourself a Wing Star, head to Drag Race 2, and try to finish it in 29 seconds. Now the surefire way to do this is to go through City Trial, grab some speed patches, power up your Wing Star, and just zoom to the finish. But you're also playing with RNG there. You don't know which drag race you're gonna get, you don't know if you're gonna find a
Come back and I'm gonna do it. Checkers Knights under 1-5. Doesn't matter which stats I'm going to for.
Oh, he unlocked him. So you just unlock Meta Knight. Wow. And he can use different carts too, I guess. No, he doesn't. He's just flying. He's just flying the whole time. Alright, King DD. You can play it? Can you play as DDD? I'm not seeing that. I mean, I saw someone playing as him. I'll be right back.
In Kirby Air Ride, there are 2 legendary machines that you can get in City Trial. The Dragoon, which is the best flying machine in the game, and the Hydra, which is an absolute powerhouse on the ground. To get these machines, you'll need to find their 3 pieces found in red boxes during the City Trial. To most casual players, it's as simple as checking every red box that you see, but there's actually a better way to track down these legendary parts. For example, there are certain locations where if you see a red box, it will
I've definitely never gathered all the parts or made one of
These
these.
locations are the golf holes, the high plains above the water wheel, the underground caves beneath the forest, in the tunnel that connects the volcano to the garages, and in the rock field. And listen, I know these are officially called the dilapidated houses, but I always thought these were rocks ever since I was a kid, and I'm just gonna keep calling it the rock field. If you ever see a red box in any of these locations, that is 100% of the time going to be a legendary machine part. But that doesn't mean that these are the only places they'll ever show up. They can also appear in some other locations along with the other red boxes that contain the regular items. Those locations are any of the beaches, inside Castle Hall, in the garage, the electric lounge, and inside the volcano. Red boxes here might contain legendary machine parts, but they also might just be regular items.
Okay, I realized from this video I'm not exploring this map enough. I'm like staying on the surface. I didn't know you're supposed to look for red boxes. I didn't know. Blue boxes primarily hold patches and food. Green boxes contain quick fix items like attack up and invincibility candy, as well as special offense items such as hyper spin and timer bombs. Red boxes usually contain copy panels for abilities, but they also have a chance to contain parts for the legendary Dragoon or Hydra machines. Blue boxes are a general source of power-up and healing items. They can contain a variety of patches, both positive and negative, and food items. Green boxes, these focus on items that provide temporary boosts or special attacks. Items like attack up, invincibility candy, hyper spin, and timer bombs can be found here. Red boxes are the most varied. They are the primary way to obtain copy abilities, which give Kirby temporary powers. However, they also hold the potential to contain parts for the Dragoon and Hydra machines, which are powerful late-game vehicles. These legendary machine parts are crucial for unlocking the Dragoon and Hydra, and the boxes containing them do not vanish like regular boxes. Okay, so they're red
Anywhere
ones.
else that I didn't mention, such as the middle of the city or on top of the buildings, will never have legendary machine pieces, so you don't need to waste time checking those red boxes if that's what you're looking for. And I already know someone's gonna come into the comments, Dusk, I totally found a legendary piece on top of a building before. I remember I was like 8 years old, and no, I don't have any proof of it, but it totally happened. You gotta trust me, man. But you can't fool me. Next, you're gonna tell me that the Bulk Star can fly all the way to the top of the Hydra. Wow, this game is stupid. There's a few other tricks that you can also use to know if a box has a piece or not, such as if there's an event going on that influences boxes, such as the all items are the same or the all items are bouncy event. Boxes containing legendary pieces won't be affected by these events. So these events are a good time to look for pieces since you'll be able to tell from a distance if they have them or not. And it's not like you can do anything else during the bouncy item event. Boxes containing the pieces also never despawn, so if you take note of a box in a location where it might contain a piece, and then come back a minute later and it's still there, then you know it will have a piece. But if you're hunting for these pieces, you should always be checking the possible locations anyway, because sometimes a box containing a piece won't appear on the map if there's already one. This does seem to vary from game to game though. I have seen 3 boxes all spawned at once, but according to the wiki, they sometimes won't appear if there are already pieces on the map. And that's it for today's video. Hopefully this helps you guys find the legendary machines for yourself.
simply a matter of design. If Air Riders once again bases its mechanics around copy abilities as items, including a wide range of characters with fixed skills could easily disrupt the game's balance. Air Ride was pretty unbalanced thanks to how drastically the stars differed from one another, and adding character-specific skills would only widen that gap even more. As I said, it's also important to recognize that Air Ride already stood firmly on its own. Sure, it featured Dynablade, a few classic soundtracks and some familiar enemies, but around 80% of the game was entirely original. None of the tracks were directed based on existing Kirby locations, most of the vehicles were unique to Air Ride, and broader franchise references were relatively minimal. Because of that, I find myself more curious about how Air Riders will feel compared to its predecessor, rather than how it connects to the Kirby franchise as a whole. Unlike the original, Air Riders presumably enjoys a much bigger budget, more care and a longer development time. If you have ever watched Sakurai's video on the creation of Air Ride, you'll know just how rocky that production actually was. Maybe the limited number of characters back then was simply a result of the game's restricted resources. Whatever the reason, it's hard to base predictions on completely different circumstances, especially with the 20-year gap between Air Ride and Air Riders. The only minuscule hint that Sakurai might be leaning towards modern Kirby is the color palette of the Kirbys shown in the Air Riders trailer. Instead of using the pattern seen in Air Ride or the Amazing Mirror, we
Those
get
are
yellow,
all like,
blue and green
it just looks good. Those are all the same Air Rides from Kirby Air Ride. The wing one, the bus thing, the
default multiplayer colors used in Return to Dreamland. It's a tiny detail, but one that gives fans something to latch on. Either Sakurai looked into how modern Kirby depict multiple Kirbys, or HAL offered some guidance. Both parties are clearly on great terms, and even though it's confirmed and Bandai Namco is assisting with the development, I'm absolutely certain HAL is keeping a close eye on Air Riders as well. I understand the hope for a modern, high-budget spin-off that reflects all the facets the Kirby series has developed over the years, but the way some people react to Sakurai returning as a director feels massively overblown. Personally, I couldn't care less whether every single major character is playable or it's just a group of Kirbys with different color palettes. The announcement of an Air Ride successor was such a dream game of mine. I barely even mentioned it in videos because it felt so unrealistic to hope for. Sakurai leading the project is a huge green flag in my book. Practically guarantees a polished, high-quality game with the same charm and creativity that made the original so beloved. It's speculative, but I feel like the people who are genuinely worried either didn't grow up with Air Ride or simply didn't love it as much as many of us did. In the end, it won't be the amount of modern representation that determines the quality of this follow-up. It will be whether Sakurai truly understands what made the original so special. Of course, I'd be thrilled to see more.
What is this screen? I didn't grow up with Air Ride, so like my opinion probably isn't as big as like this guy's if you like grew up with the game.
Modern characters and settings worked into a fundraiser that celebrates the franchise's full legacy. Sakurai working with an era beyond his HAL years has so much potential, especially because it brings such a different creative energy compared to the current director. But even if that doesn't happen, even if the references are limited to background elements, items or city trial events, I'd be still satisfied as long as the gameplay holds up. Modern Kirby titles already do their absolute best to represent nearly every game in the franchise whenever they can, so I wouldn't even be opposed to spotlight the classic era a little more deeply. Aside from Smash, Sakurai's always tended to work on various franchises without being locked into endless sequels, so it will be interesting to learn the reasoning behind the return to Kirby. Having the director of Kirby back to develop another title after more than 20 years is the most exciting event the franchise has had in the last decade, and I can't wait to see what ideas he's had since then. So let's stop hating fun for a moment and just be grateful that father finally returned with the milk.
Um, why did Mario Kart World get rid of crossover characters? The worst Smash Bros. Game? Uh, um, I played every Princess Peach game. There's only like 2 though. The divide between Mario Kart and Sonic Racing. I mean, Mario Kart is like, I feel like Sonic Racing isn't comparable to Mario Kart. Mario Kart is like one of the best selling games.
Life out of Captain Toad 1. I mean, Wii U, the Switch, the 3DS, you know, DLC. So please give us a big, new, expansive Captain Toad game with bigger, wider levels and worlds with more puzzles in each world. I think they could really do something interesting with that. Now, as we wait for the next 2D or 3D Zelda game, I would love a Zelda fighting game. Let's put Warriors to the side for a while. I mean, we have 3 games already. Let's do something different. And I know we had like Link's crossbow training back on the Wii, but besides that, we really haven't had much. So I would love a fighting game, kind of like Tekken or even like Soul Calibur. I just recently played Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube NSO, and it was really cool to be able to play with Link in a 2D fighting game like this, or kind of 2D/3D fighting game. But something that's not like a platform fighter like Smash Bros, but one with tons of combos and like different button inputs, and you got tons of characters throughout the franchise. I mean, just look at the Warriors games that pull from all these characters. They could have wacky, goofy, funny
Zelda fighting
serious
game
ones as well. There's so many games to pull from. It would be really awesome. I also would really love to see a Souls-like Zelda game.
Sure.
Remember that Nintendo was working on some type of Sheik game that was going to dive into the lore of the Sheikah tribe, and it was going to be darker. Could you imagine if that was a Souls-like game where you create your own Sheik member, and you develop skills and abilities, and you can pick up different weapons and stuff, and it's just like a Souls-like game with creepy, dark Zelda-style enemies and bosses that you have to battle and stuff over.
I don't know about this. Maybe like as a spin-off, maybe it might be nice, but like there's like mods that make Zelda Souls-like, and Tears of the Kingdom shows off like just like a lot of like some things look like Dark Souls. even though it's not the same, maybe like more difficulty. Like you're not allowed to pause the game while in a fight or something. Or yeah, you're not allowed to pause the game at all, like Dark Souls. Just to make the game
Open
harder.
world would be awesome. I would also love to see some type of Hyrule party game or something like that, where you play lots of mini games that pull from various different Zelda games throughout the series and stuff would be pretty cool. Or maybe a building game. Tears of the Kingdom had some of the best building mechanics or crazy mechanics in general that I've ever seen in a video game. I feel like those mechanics should be used for something else. Can you imagine a game where instead of like the 30 or 40 things that you have to build stuff with in Tears of the Kingdom, you now have like 400, 500 different parts where you can build your own contraptions, you know, like just like a big The Legend of Zelda Hyrule's Garage or something, you know what I mean? Where you're just building things, you can test them out, do little missions and stuff, maybe battle enemies with them, would be really cool. Or maybe they just straight up give us a dungeon maker. We know that Aonuma stated that he had no plans to do a Zelda dungeon maker right now, but they did kind of test the waters a little bit with it, with I think Link's Awakening, where they allowed you to, you know, build your own little dungeons in the remake and stuff, and they gave you like a bunch of preset rooms that you can put anywhere. So something like that, but to a larger scale, would be pretty cool. And I would love to play people's dungeons, maybe different game styles like Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and stuff like that would be awesome. Shoot, I feel like Nintendo could even do a Zelda roguelike game. They kind of did with the DLC with Breath of the Wild, where you go through various floors with...
I don't know, like, I also played the Zelda roguelike. These are like, mods that you can play for Zelda, but I don't know, like, maybe it would be nice and, like a real Zelda game like that.
Materials until you get to the final floor. Something like that in a whole video game would be awesome, where there's like multiple floors and like different styles of Zelda, and you have to like start with nothing and, you know, fight all these crazy enemies and bosses and stuff and survive in these rooms of enemies trying to attack you. Some type of survival game, maybe like how you got to that island in Breath of the Wild, that Koholint Island, where you pretty much have nothing and you need to, you know, get all your stuff to...
I don't know, dude. Like, talking about, like, a spin-off of Zelda, it just takes away from, like, the main game, you know? And I want, like, a new, like, traditional 3D Zelda.
To survive. Maybe you have to eat to survive and drink certain things to survive and stay hydrated. Some type of Zelda survival game just sounds like a dream come true. I mean, all of these sound great, but that one just in particular sounds like something that would work great with Nintendo's ideas. Now, like I previously stated, there's a lot of things that they can do with Kirby. I mean, Kirby is just like this endless pool of fresh ideas for spin-off games, and they've already done a lot, but they can expand on more thanks to Forgotten Land, which has actually allowed them to jump into the 3D space more. So maybe a 3D fighting game now, like Kirby Fighters 3D would be pretty cool, or that Kirby Battle Royale game on the 3DS, which was kind of like that overhead camera free roam battle royale game that they had with fighting each other with different, you know, copy abilities. I think something like that in a full 3D game with the camera behind your character could be pretty awesome as well. We could also get a party game. I'm surprised this hasn't happened yet, because Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe had a Merry Magoland game mode, which was just filled with mini games that referenced past Kirby games, which was pretty cool. So I'm surprised they don't have like a full-fledged Kirby party game where there's like game boards and mini games or just party games that you can play. I feel like something like that just makes too much sense. We could also get a Kirby RPG, maybe something similar to Paper Mario or Mario & Luigi, but with Kirby and Kirby's characters. I think could be pretty cool. I don't know what form that could take, but you know, I would love to see more RPGs shooting off to more games. I mean, I could have said that for any game on this list, even Zelda, but I don't know. Something about a Kirby RPG sounds like it'd be super fun. And then a Kirby Warriors game. We've only had a single game that wasn't Zelda with Warriors, which was Fire Emblem Warriors, and we have 3 Zelda Warriors games, so I think it's time for them to expand into a different Nintendo IP, and I think Kirby would make a lot of sense. There's tons of Waddle Dees and Waddle Doos and different Kirby enemies on the battlefield, and you can choose some of, you know, the greatest characters throughout the franchise. I mean, we have so many. Just look at Star Allies that brought like all the main characters back. Any of those could work in a Warriors game. So being able to play
Kirby
as some
Warriors
of the villains and heroes.
I don't know.
in Kirby's history would be a lot of fun, and of course a warrior style. Now apparently there are some rumors that a Pikmin spin-off game is being planned, which would make me super excited because I do think there's tons of things that they could do with Pikmin spin-offs. You can do a night survival game like Pikmin 4 had, where you go out at night with the glow Pikmin, and you had to survive the onslaught of the creatures that would come at you at night with
That
those
was a
glowing red eyes.
thing.
So a whole survival game where maybe you had to just keep surviving
That sounds
the night, or,
really
like, you're just
good.
in charge of the night crew, and your job is just to always go out at night, do certain tasks and stuff. Just a big Pikmin survival would be pretty cool. Or what about a solo astronaut game as one of the
That looks
explorers, or you
fun.
just play as Olimar or Louie or something, and you're just like alone. Maybe there's no Pikmin, or maybe you have only like 1 to 3 Pikmin, and you have to use them very uniquely. Instead of swarms of Pikmin, you only have a couple, and you have to use more of your devices and technology that you brought with your ship and your planet. Would be really cool, just kind of like a solo adventure game. And then you can have one where maybe you play as the Pikmin themselves, or maybe, you know, control the Pikmin and you like move them around in groups and stuff, and maybe it's just, you know, you already kind of do that in the main Pikmin games, but maybe some sort of game where you can see how the Pikmin grow, you can go into the onions and stuff, and I don't know, some type of game where you play as the Pikmin. It just sounds unique. Or some type of zoo sim where you're taking care of the creatures in their own facilities, you're feeding them, keeping eyes on them, making sure they're growing and stuff. Or maybe a Pikmin RPG or an MMO style of game would work pretty well as well. I mean, there's a lot.
I think I just need to play through the Pikmin games. Maybe a spin-off would be cool though. I don't know, I just like right now what I'm feeling is like 3D platformer. I think I do like 3D platformers today. I'm gonna start with Smash, but yeah, I mean Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming out. Movement felt pretty good. I realized you could like jump, roll, jump, like you can like string things together like in Super Mario Odyssey, so I don't know what like the optimal way to like travel around is, but like you can tear off a chunk from the ground and then like you jump and then like double jump with the chunk, and then you can also dive after that, or like roll, or like roll, jump, chunk, jump. You can like climb the wall while holding a chunk. Alright, I'll be right back.
wait while I'm on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at Booth's Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a sharpshooter at Booth's Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Paul's Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter
All right.
A lot of places that you can move the Pikmin series in. So I would love to see more spin-offs, especially as we wait for Pikmin 5, which is probably going to be a very long time because the wait from 3 to 4 was horrible. Star Fox just needs a new game. Honestly, like, it really just needs a new game to revive itself. So I highly doubt we're going to be getting any spin-off games anytime soon. We've had a couple. I mean, you could say Battle for Atlas had the Star Fox characters, so in a way it's like a Star Fox spin-off. And then you had that one, pack-in game that came with like Star Fox Zero where you like controlled the cameras with Slippy and his uncle or something. So yeah, what if we had a Star Fox racing
Slippy and his uncle? I don't remember that part, but I remember the spin-off game.
game, something like Kirby Air Riders. There was actually a rumor, I think, a long time ago that Nintendo was working on it, or I don't know if it was like a ploy thing that Nintendo sent out to catch leakers, but there was some type of rumor that there was a Star Fox racing game coming, and I think that'd actually be a really cool idea, where you could have like space drifting and stuff and customize your R-Wing. It'd be kind of similar between like, Kirby Air Ride and also F-Zero, but I could see that being unique, and maybe some sections, you go into the boat or you're tanked with the Landmaster, or into that chicken walker thing from Star Fox Zero, and you race that way on the ground. You can make some sections, you go in.
Just seeing like hits in this game seems weird. Seems like it's such an old thing to have in a modern game, or like a newer game.
Tanked with the Landmaster, or into that chicken walker thing from Star Fox Zero, and you race that way on the ground, the sea, the air, the space. Like, it could be really cool. Or I could see just a Star Fox battle game called like Star Fox Dogfight or something, where it could have 1v1s, 2v2s, 4v4 battles, local player or online, where you just battle each other. There's tons of different mechanics you can learn, like, like I said, like...
Star Fox Zero looks really good. When you look at the gameplay, it looks good.
Air drifting or something.
I don't think it was like a very good game, but...
something, and flipping around, barrel rolling, and trying to find out ways to fight other players, and the best strategy and stuff could be really cool. You could have like a giant mosh pit of like 20 players, last one standing wins. But honestly, Nintendo, just please make a new Star Fox. I can...
Kind of surprising that they didn't remake this one, right, on the Switch.
See that battle mode just being a side mode to the next Star Fox game in general, so I guess we just need Star Fox straight up. Next, we have Donkey Kong. I wanted to give Donkey Kong his own spotlight, unlike Wario and Yoshi, simply due to the fact that he does have spin-off games that's happened in the past. For instance, for the Switch 2, I would love to see a new King of Swings game. I love the one for the Game Boy, the original. I think DK Jungle Climber was a DS game I only played
I've never played King of Swing.
once. Don't remember much
I don't know if I would like it. I don't know.
about it, but I would love to see a new one. Why not? Also, maybe even a new Donkey Konga that actually uses the Joy-Con as the Congos this time around instead of having to go buy some. I still have my Congos from the GameCube, so, I mean, I'll pull them back out if Nintendo somehow make them compatible. But then you could also have a Donkey Kong Country Maker. Could you imagine if there was like different styles from DKC 1, 2, 3, and then like a return/tropical freeze one? That would be so cool. We could design our own little levels with tons of mechanics like vines and ropes and, you know, bramble everywhere and blast barrels. Oh, that would be awesome. I think I would enjoy that way more than Mario Maker. I seriously would. And then you could have a Donkey Kong RPG. How would this work? I don't know.
I don't know,
Maybe
because
different
like the worlds are so detailed. Like, how would you do that?
and then you could have a Donkey Kong RPG.
Look at this background.
How would this work? I don't know. Maybe different members of the Kongs like DK, Diddy, Dixie, Chunky, Lanky, and stuff. And they all have like different abilities and stuff. And you know, you're just going up against the Kremlings, and just a big RPG adventure would definitely be something I'd be interested in. But I very specifically want the Donkey Kong Country Maker. I feel like I want that before the next Mario Maker, honestly. I don't want to stay too long on Splatoon because, I mean, it could be anything. The Splatoon franchise is growing more and more each day with 3 mainline games under its belt with multiple DLCs and probably a 4th one coming relatively soon for Switch 2. And it's a pretty good reason why they're probably coming out with Splatoon Raiders to have us wait still about a couple years.
Did Splatoon 3 get a hit? Wow, dude, I think I gotta play Splatoon. It's a really great update. The colors absolutely pop on the display. And it's super crisp. Alright,
until Splatoon 4, which is perfectly fine. But what other spin-offs could Splatoon have? Generally anything. They could have a whole game about painting, maybe using the different weapons to paint things or something. Maybe its own sports games like beach volleyball or something like that. They could have a survival zombie style game like they obviously have right now with the Salmon Run mode. Maybe a full game dedicated to that survival zombie style of game, all about the Salmonid, maybe giving whole lore to the Salmonid and stuff. I'd be completely down for that.
Cool.
So generally anything would work. I mean, we even had a roguelike DLC with Side Order, so they could have a whole game that's just pretty much a huge Splatoon roguelike game. So yeah, I mean, the possibilities are endless with this brand new.
What is Side Order? It's a roguelike? What?
Welcome to Inkopolis Square. This once thriving district now lies abandoned and has been drained of color. After awakening in this world of order, an Octoling, Agent 8, along with Pearl, one half of the musical duo Off the Hook, who is now a drone,
What?
must ascend the Spire of Order together.
Pearl is now a drone? What?
This single-player experience is designed to be replayed over and over again.
Looks like Portal.
There are 3 things to keep in mind: floor selection, color chip enhancement, and objective completion. You'll need to repeat this cycle in order to gain more knowledge and reach the top of the spire. This elevator is the only way to ascend the spire. However, you can only go up 1 floor at a time. On each floor, select one of 3 different objectives to complete. Each objective's difficulty and clear conditions will vary, so choose wisely. Conditions include destroying the portals from which hordes of enemies appear, chasing and defeating enemies, guiding a ball, and more.
Wow.
Once you've made your selection, you will receive color chips. Place them on your palette for enhancements like increasing your firing speed or raising your damage output. Over 60 types of color chips can be unlocked. Use different combinations to customize your palette to your liking.
Yeah, this looks
For
fun.
example, you can adjust the features of your main weapon. Activate your special weapon in rapid succession. Or widen the explosive range of your bombs. You can also upgrade the Pearl drone, who can support you in combat. So even if your current loadout isn't quite fitting, you may continue to make progress. As you ascend the spire, more difficult objectives and enemies will attempt to block your path. Fail to reach the top, and you'll be forced to start over from the very beginning, regardless of your current floor. Additionally, you will forfeit all color chips obtained. However, they will be converted into a currency known as pearls. Use pearls to acquire permanent upgrades before your next run, such as having more lives, reducing damage received, and improving your base abilities, to give you a fighting chance in completing objectives.
So they had something like that in
To
the
give you a
Splatoon 3 single player. You could like upgrade your character.
Fighting chance in completing objectives.
Splatoon 3 campaign. This looks
Floor
fun.
selection, color chip enhancement, objective completion. Repeat this cycle and conquer the spire.
So you can beat the game probably.
In this colorless world and the Spire of Order, you must contend with many trials and terrors. And at Journey's end, what awaits you at the top?
Can you like like a roguelike game, can you like upgrade your character though and get stronger? Like after you die, can you upgrade something? I mean, you can permanently upgrade your character, I think.
Side Order. Wave 2 of the Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass paid DLC for the Splatoon 3 game launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 22nd. The Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass is available now on Nintendo eShop.
Nice. This is like the first unveiling of Splatoon, I guess.
Hello there. How are you? We here at the Squid Research Lab are doing wonderful because later on we'll be filling you in on how you can get involved in our squid research. But first, it's our job to present to you our findings on the ecological curiosities of this fascinating squid creature. Excuse me? There is no creature? Oh, sorry about that. Here, please take a look. A really good look. See? A little squiddy. But this is no ordinary squiddy. This particular squid can in fact transform into a humanoid. Eureka indeed! In squid form, they can dive into and become one with their ink, while in humanoid form, they can utilize various tools to cover their turf with it. Trust me, I'm geeking out too. I'm a scientist. That's all I can do. While we have officially named this breed of squid the Inkling, we prefer to just call them squid. Unsurprisingly, they each have a gender. There are Inkling boys and Inkling girls. And like more common squid, they can alter their appearance at will, including from others, and is of pinnacle importance. Let's take a look at the area outside Booyah Base to find out more.
Fresh franchise, and it's exciting to see that they're already getting some spin-offs made, so I can't wait to see more. We then have Metroid. Metroid could have a lot of fun spin-offs. You could have Metroid Maker, very similar to Mario Maker and even my Donkey Kong Country Maker ideas. We could even have a Souls-like Metroid game, but in space. So maybe there's like a bunch of really creepy creatures that you gotta hunt down, which also leads me to another idea I had, kind of like a Monster Hunter style of Metroid game, where maybe it's like a horror monster hunting game, where you have to go through a facility that's like a whole bunch of creatures broke free. Think of like Metroid Other M in that space station facility where all those creatures broke free and was running all over the place. This time you have to track down specific creatures and hunt them down. You have to take the necessary gear that you need, find the extra gear that you need out there, and then hunt that monster down and find it. So that has like this creepy dark aesthetic to it. All the lights are off in the facility and stuff. That would be awesome. And then maybe a game where you play as a Metroid. This would probably work better as a mobile game. But remember that game Hungry Shark Evolution, where you played as a shark, and every time you ate some type of creature, you'd grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Something like that with Metroid, where the different phases of a Metroid, where you could grow into like a Metroid Queen, or maybe you can corrupt some Phazon and turn into a Dark Samus type of Metroid, like a Metroid Prime would be pretty cool. So there's a lot of things they could do with like a game where you actually play as a Metroid and you just feed off of other creatures and stuff. I think that would be awesome. I remember they tried to make this Arena Blast Ball game a thing with Metroid Federation Force, which just doubled down on that terrible game. Not terrible. It wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. But still, I would have rather them
Federation Force I never played.
Player versus game. Like for instance, in Metroid Prime Hunters, you could actually play as the various
Federation Force didn't feel like a full game. It was weird. 5.9 out of 10 from IGN. It's a co-op game? I've never played it. Also includes the soccer-based mode known as Metroid Prime Blast Ball. I thought that was like the whole game. Oh, this is a 3DS game.
Different abilities, different weapons as well, and different transformations into their morph ball or whatever they morphed into. I would really love something like that, where you could choose from a big array of different hunters and stuff and go into this 3D Metroid Prime arena where you hunt each other down and fight each other with cool abilities and stuff. That would be so much fun. Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival was pretty much a disaster, and I feel like it's just because it had a great idea but executed in the worst possible way. Instead of having all these amiibo that you needed to in order to play the game, game and have all these boards and stuff with no mini games and a bunch of just dialogue with nothing really going on. They should have just had this
No
be a
mini
Mario
games.
Party style of game where there was just a basic board with tons of little party mini games that, you know, took you around the island and did multiple mini games based on the things that you do in the game. Like,
This game was like a
moving furniture
big
in a certain
advertisement. I mean, I never played it, but Amiibo Festival. It's just like an ad for Amiibos.
way and stuff, just a whole bunch of fun mini games that, you know, the family could enjoy. That's what it should have been, a true Mario Party, you know, look-alike at the end of the day. And I think it would have done so much better, but instead it was like this boring, horrible Amiibo game, especially when people were really waiting for the next Animal Crossing on Wii U and it never came. So yeah, I feel like they should do this again, try again, but with more of a party focus with fun mini games and stuff that the whole family can enjoy. And finally, last but not least, I have Xenoblade. Now, I only played the first game, so it's hard for me to kind of come up with something super crazy, as there's still 2 more games for me to play. Actually 3 more if I include Xenoblade X. But I feel like it'd be cool if this game also took in the, you know, vein of what I said was Zelda with the Souls-like in the same way for Xenoblade, like a Xenoblade Souls-like, where there's lots of big, crazy creatures all over these worlds and these maps. So it'd be really cool if they had like a, you know, real-time combat
Big bosses.
system, where we had to hunt these things down, find them, fight them.
Maybe
there's,
more
this
like
giant
Monster
open world
Hunter.
map, tons of crazy creatures and bosses that we have to fight, and it's like an extremely difficult game. Because I'd watched the cutscenes and stuff of Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and I was like, man, I just really wish we could like free fight some of these things like this. Like use some of these moves that we see Shulk doing and stuff, and just have free combat with shields, parries, you know, dodges, rolls. That'd be so cool. So I don't know. I think a Xenoblade Dark Souls style game would be very unique and awesome for Nintendo. So as you can tell, there's a lot of spin-off opportunity for Nintendo's IPs, and I think they will definitely help us wait for these, you know, mainline series of games that we wait so long for now. It seems like it's getting up there to like 8, 9, 10 years even until the next game. So hopefully as Nintendo
I think this
finds
is all
ways to
just
cut development time
speculation.
down a little bit, or if they are getting higher, at least they can have other parts of the studio, other companies, you know, actually working on these spin-off games in order to cut down that time in our brains technically. So like, you know, for instance, having these smaller games as we wait 8 years is not going to feel too long, as we still have things to play. But let me know in the comments down below if I missed any ideas for any of these IPs that you have, and comment them down below. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe before you head out, and like always, I hope you all have a blessed day. See you guys.
This past Saturday night, I started to get a lot of comments on one of my videos, and I got tagged in a lot of tweets about how SNL had stolen.
When you think of Nintendo, you think of well-made, colorful, mostly family-friendly fun, right? But just once, that was far, far from the case. Let's set the scene. The year is 2001. We're coming up on the end of the Nintendo 64 generation. The PlayStation 2 came out a year before, and the GameCube is slated to release later that year in September.
Really?
But there were a few games Nintendo still had left, and one big one.
The
One game Nintendo
PS2
bought and
came
accepted a change
out?
into. One game that had a studio behind it that were known for quality. That's
Dude, no way. I mean, Conker's a pretty good looking game. PS2 release date March 4th, 2000. Conker's Bad Fur Day release date. Oh wow, dude. Conker's Bad Fur Day came out a year after the PS2.
being Rare. Rareware, for those who don't know, were kings of AAA games back in the 90s. Rare were a second-party developer for Nintendo, responsible for so many classic games. Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Killer Instinct. These guys were so good, Nintendo trusted them to make all 3 Donkey Kong Country games, Diddy Kong Racing and Donkey Kong 64. And if you know Nintendo, they don't really like collaborating with anyone.
Excuse me, I'm Eric Lensher. Sounds Xavier. Go fuck yourself.
Anyway, where was I? Right, so Rare had a character named Conker. Conker was first featured in Diddy Kong Racing in 1997, a family-friendly racing game starring the popular DK sidekick. His first solo outing was Conker's Pocket Tales on the Game Boy in 1999. Another cutesy, kid-friendly Rare outing. Nothing special, the game received average reviews, but it isn't fondly remembered today. So, as the age of the 64 is coming to a close, releases are starting to slow down. But Rare has one more game, slated for release in March.
Easy kind of change now.
Conker's Bad Fur Day, yet another 3D platformer, because the 64 was definitely missing platformers. So what makes this one special? Well, at E3 2000,
might be the
Nintendo
best
had
console
an entire
for
booth dedicated to Conker,
platformers.
but this was a little unusual. You had to have ID to get let in, and there was an open bar which gave out free beer and custom beer mugs and condoms? What the fuck? Development for Conker dates back to 1996. The first sighting of the guy was in 1997. An E3 trailer was shown for Conker's Quest. This was set to be Rare's first platformer on the N64. Yeah, before Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64. Rare's Killer Instinct team were the minds behind it, so obviously they're gonna have a ton of blood and guts, right? No, the team apparently wanted a break from all the violence, which I'm sure they wouldn't change their minds on at any point later down the road. The game looked like a Disney cartoon come to life, like a video game Chip and Dale. Alongside our boy Conker was his girlfriend Berry as a playable character. Conker was set to release around December of 1997, but was pushed back for Diddy Kong Racing. In 1998, it was renamed to 12 Tales Conker 64, with an October 1998
wow,
release
so
date.
these are like
What?
2
It got
years
delayed
earlier,
again,
3
back to the
years
gulag
earlier.
for you.
I'm going to the gulag.
At this point, Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie had already released on the 64, along with titles like Rayman 2 and Glover. The console really didn't need another E for everyone platformer. Chris Seaver took the reins at Conker's development. Thanks to this guy, Conker was the same animal, but a different beast.
What the f does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Chris came in with some fresh ideas. You're welcome. They were making this level where Conker
Maybe the
needed to
closest thing is like, I don't know, like it's not M-rated, but like Psychonauts 2? Like the humor might be like a little bit more adult in some places. And like the themes are like a little bit more adult themed. Like there's a guy like struggling from like alcoholism. But it's still like a rated E game, I think. But it's a platformer. Psychonauts 2. What is it rated? Oh, it's rated teen. It's rated T for teen, I think. Yeah. I mean, that's different than like most 3D platformers are rated E.
Oh, I know. Make it violent.
He presented this idea and his work to the Rare higher-ups, and they loved it. So from that point on, the boulder was set in motion. Conker's marketing was something else. Nintendo refused to advertise this game in their magazine Nintendo Power, so took to another well-known publication, Playboy. The Nintendo name was noticeably absent from the marketing. Not sure why. Promotional booklets were handed out to college students during spring break, along with shirts, temporary tattoos, and those condoms again. There was also a commercial that aired on late night TV. I'm not going to show all of it here because I don't think YouTube would appreciate it, but you can look it up.
A hangover's never pretty. But a squirrel with a hangover, that's just obscene. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Rated M for mature.
This is a Nintendo game, by the way. The game did not see a Japanese release, and it's unknown as to exactly why. For my money, I'd guess the amount of references to Western pop culture wouldn't have translated. But again, this is just me guessing.
Dang, I didn't know that. I didn't even know there was games that don't come out in Japan.
Published the game themselves, and so it was published by THQ over there. In Australia, they wanted to make sure consumers knew the game was mature, as on the box, the age rating looked like it was mid-fall down a flight of stairs. So why were Nintendo so cautious about this game? They clearly believed in it enough to greenlight the project and fund all this marketing. But when you take a look at the game, you can understand where they're coming from.
Conker's had a bad night. Well, actually, he's had a very good night.
You so big at you. Fancy going for a bang?
This fat ass bitch off from my back. How about some scat, you little twat?
The game still stars Conker, as you make your way through several different worlds, including a castle, a war zone, a rock person nightclub, and a mountain. You use these context-sensitive B buttons.
Wait.
Again, make your way through several different worlds, including a castle, a war zone, a rock person nightclub, and a mountain. You use
A rock person
sensitive
nightclub.
B buttons to gain new abilities or items. It could be pills that sober Conker up, give him a slingshot, or a roll of toilet paper. The story really isn't all too important, but basically, Conker gets drunk on a night out and calls his girlfriend Berry. Hey, what did happen to Conker's girlfriend?
That is the last time he stands me up.
I'm gonna need that.
Conker calls Berry, says he can't come over and he's just going home. Conker, being pissed, gets lost on the walk home and has to find a way to get back. He helps a few people along the way, battles some bosses, gets involved with the mob, storms the beaches of Normandy, becomes a bat, helps out Death, shoots some zombies, typical stuff. There's also the Panther King. Who
Oh,
wants to
there
capture
was
Conker
a...
so he can...
I haven't played this yet. Madness Returns. It's like a platformer, but there's more to it than that. I think this is rated M though. Yeah, this is like a rated M platformer. But there's more to the game than platforming.
Fix a leg on his table, as Conker is the perfect height for the missing table leg. The game's lighting was praised at the time for how dynamic it was, which you can really see in places like the nightclub. The game's cutscenes have full voice acting and animation, which is very impressive considering the N64 cartridge could only hold 64 megabytes on it.
What the f*** is that bloody squirrel? Quick, into character!
The soundtrack also is excellent, featuring songs that are guaranteed to get stuck in your head. The controls can be terrible, especially when using the 3-prong probe device. It's mostly a smooth experience though. I played on the Rare Replay Xbox port, which is the version I would recommend. Conker controls pretty well. He's very floaty, which can sometimes make jumps a bit difficult to gauge how far you're going, but because he's a squirrel, he uses the iconic squirrel ability to spin his tail around and hover, which makes it a bit more forgiving. Some shooting controls can be horrendous, however. I haven't played the game on the OG
I want to try the remake.
because, let's face it, I'm not paying this much to play an original copy of this game, but when you pull a gun out, the controls swap over to this tank mode where your original copy of this game, OG.
Wait, how much is it?
Because, let's face it, I'm not paying this much
200, dude,
to play an original copy.
I think I have a physical copy of this game.
But when you pull a gun out, the controls swap over to this tank mode where you use the right stick to strafe and the left stick to move.
No, I don't have a physical copy.
Both conquer and aim. This is particularly annoying in the escape sequence towards the end of the game, where dodging these lasers takes surgeon-like precision, so combine the precise platforming with floaty physics, weird controls, and in a tight space and a countdown timer, it's a recipe for pure rage. This game can be hard, and I'm not talking about King B. Since this game was for older audiences, Rare upped the difficulty. Whilst it's not Super Meat Boy hard, I'd put it on the same tier as maybe the first Crash Bandicoot. Some stuff feels genuinely unfair, and a few deaths just felt cheap. But stuff like the hoverboard race was a really fun challenge. So if you're looking for a casual yet challenging experience, I would highly recommend the game. It's very short, with my playtime being around 7 to 8 hours, which is even over what I reckon it would take. I think the game benefits from the shorter runtime though, as the environments and stages are more memorable and stand out from one another. The game looks pretty amazing. Obviously the Rare Replay version has sharper textures than the N64 original, but you could really tell that Rare knew how to push the hardware to its limits back in the day. Now, as I said before, basically every stage is pretty memorable, but to save time, I'll just quickly go through some of my favorites. Of course, there's the iconic Grand
Definitely
Almighty
crazy for 64 megabytes.
Pooh. This boss is probably the most well-known, or infamous, I guess, as in between each toilet paper throw, you're given another cutscene of the pile of brown giving an opera performance for the ages.
Same with Super Mario 64. That is crazy. $64, dude. It's 8 megabytes big. Super Mario 64. That means it's like the size of like 8 pictures. 8 like HD. Probably less than 8. Like you take a picture with your iPhone, it's like less than 8 of those. Super Mario 64.
How about some scat, you little twat?
The Saving Private Ryan stage plays it concerningly straight. The game, which is normally full of jokes, has a parody of the gruesome beach storming scene from the classic war movie. Instead of those guys from World War II that I'm not allowed to mention, we have German teddies that keep up the tradition of committing war crimes. My favorite stage though is the last one. You start with a parody of the Matrix lobby scene, with both Conker and Barry dressed in full black leather. The context-sensitive button sends you into a bullet time, before reaching the end where it's revealed the mob boss was working for the Panther King. Barry gets shot, all before a xenomorph from Alien bursts out of the Panther King and you have to hurl it into the airlock, Mario 64 style, while wearing the mech suit from Aliens. All before the game crashes.
Hello?
Conker talks to the programmer and gets a choice of his weapon to kill the alien.
Wait,
As the
what?
Old King is dead, he is now crowned King Conker. Reality soon dawns on Conker though. Sadly, he forgot to ask the programmer for the one thing that he wanted, his girlfriend Barry back. With his girlfriend gone, he makes his way to the pub again. After exiting, he stumbles off just like at the start of the game.
Not too bad tonight.
This time in the other direction. Nintendo surprisingly just kind of let Rare run. They allowed Rare to put almost anything in the game, with 2 main exceptions. First was a reference to Pokemon, which has actually been hacked back into the game. The second was slightly different. Nintendo refused to, allegedly, let multiple KKK jokes be included.
KKK? That's not good.
There has been some criticism of the game's references being outdated, which I'd say is a weak argument. The game is older than me, and I still found them very charming. Movies like Saving Private Ryan, The Matrix, Jaws, and Alien are timeless classics, so the references don't feel all too dated. Upon the game's release, a chain of stores in America, KB Toys, refused to stock the game when it came out. Despite this, the game received overwhelmingly positive critical reviews. This was amongst a sea of bad publicity sparked up by angry parents buying this game for their children. One parent compared Nintendo releasing this game to Disney releasing porn, which I think is a tad excessive. These same parents, which I assume lack the basic ability to read,
I think that's like a pretty good comparison though. But like, it's not made by Nintendo. They just like released it on their console.
So, what happened to Conker? Well, the game initially sold poorly. It was a flop, especially off the back of DK64 and the Banjo series, which sold exceptionally well. It's far from difficult to see why though. The PS...
They like, that guy like accidentally bought it for his kid and then saw like the flower scene. But it says rated M on it, but like, that might have not have always been like a thing they knew. Is in like game stores to make sure you're like 18 or older.
Launched a year prior, and the game came out a few months before the GameCube was going to release. It wasn't marketed in Nintendo Power, which at the time was one of the main ways people found out about games. It was a mature game on a console popular with younger audiences, and mature gamers had mostly gravitated towards PlayStation. However, since its release, the game has grown a cult following for its unique sense of humor and pretty good gameplay. Conker's other bad day was in its early planning stages after this game's release, until Nintendo sold Rareware to Microsoft in September of 2002.
See you, chump. What the hell?
From then on, Conker saw a remake released for the Xbox in 2005. He featured
Wait,
in the
Nintendo sold?
Microsoft game creator Project Spark.
Without a new game.
I've been waiting for you to come home, baby.
Guess we'll have to make our own.
Ew.
He was also in this Sin Against God. This was an augmented reality game in development for Microsoft's HoloLens. Just listen to what this guy says at the very start of this trailer.
Conker's a much beloved property that has a huge following.
If he's that loved, why would you do this? Why
What
Conker?
is that?
I and many others would love to see Conker return, but with many of the original staff at Rare being gone and Microsoft showing no interest, in fact you could argue negative interest, I'm afraid
Many
Conker's
of the
been for-
original staff from Rare being gone, dude. They just bought Rare and treated them so poorly that they left and started their own
Today
companies.
was also his last.
Well, we live in hope.
Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed.
Well, so ends another incident in my day.
Alright, here are some quick steps to get you from nothing to making a game as fast as possible.
Everyone keeps saying the Dreamcast version is far superior lighting, textures, and overall style. But I played the GameCube versions more because I never owned a Dreamcast. Maybe it's worth playing the Dreamcast version of like Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2.
Well, here we are, the genesis, no pun intended, of 3D Sonic as we know him. Or knew him, I guess. When you think back to early 3D platformers, it seems that Mario 64, Crash Bandicoot, Donkey Kong 64, and Banjo-Kazooie come to the forefront of the conversation. No doubt these games were technological breakthroughs and may very well be responsible for the state of gaming today.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Mario 64 completely changed the gameplay structure of Mario, making it what's essentially a stage-to-stage collectathon. Huh. Same goes for Banjo and DK64. You'd see Mario continue this track, having stars or shine sprites as collectibles while still maintaining the stage structure of the classics. In the early 90s, Mario and Sonic were genuine rivals. There was no question that both series had their merits and swaths of fans. So how did this translate into the birth of the 3D platformer? When Mario blew the world away with his unique shift into the third dimension, what was Sonic doing to compete? Well, in 1996 we got Sonic's half-assed attempt at 3D, Sonic 3D Blast. This game screams desperation and feels more akin to a proof of concept than a genuine passion project. This may have more to do with Sega's irrefutable failures at the time, both in the console and video game market. The Saturn was a complete flop.
What is that?
Failures at the time, both in the console and
Child Takes Game. Knuckles Chaotix. Is it Chaotix or Chaotix? So you have like rings in this game or something? And you're like attached to someone? Glide and climb walls. Mighty the Armadillo. Espio the Chameleon can run around along walls and ceilings. Vector the Crocodile, you can play as all of them? I gotta see this. I gotta see Vector the Crocodile gameplay.
It feels like everyone's Sonic style on Sega's short-lived 32X Mega Drive add-on, starring Knuckles the Echidna. Despite center stage. Sure, there have been ample comic book solo outings, but what I'm talking about in this video is Knuckles Chaotix, a 2D classic Sonic-style platformer released in 1995 on Sega's short-lived 32 classic Sonic-style platform. About in this video is Knuckles Chaotix, a 2D classic Sonic-style platformer released in 1995 on Sega's short-lived 2D classic Sonic-style platformer released in 1995.
Okay, so you can play as all of those? All of these characters?
There have been ample comic book solo outings, but what I'm talking about in this video
But the ring mechanic makes it very different. So I really liked how you could play as Espio in Sonic Heroes. Was that Sonic Heroes? Where can you play as Espio? I think it was Sonic Heroes. Shadow the Hedgehog, you can play as him. Also playable in you can throw shurikens, spin attack, spin dash, wind shuriken, wind slash.
2D classic Sonic-style platformer released in 1995 on Sega's short-lived 32X Mega Drive add-on, starring Knuckles the Echidna.
That is so weird seeing like a playable Vector the Crocodile.
Despite releasing around the time of peak 90s Sonic popularity, Chaotix is a relatively obscure title. The 32X was
The way he jumps is so different than everyone else.
on Sega's short
He like curls up into like a circle.
starring Knuckles the Echidna. Despite releasing around the time of peak 90s Sonic popularity, Chaotix is a relatively obscure title. The 32X was a commercial failure, and reception to the game at the time was mixed at best. And despite all other classic Sonic titles of that era getting re-released a billion times on every platform imaginable, for whatever reason, Chaotix has never seen a re-release. I've been a huge fan of Sonic since 1991, but up until now, I have never played Chaotix. It's the only major game in the series to completely pass me by. I never owned a 32X, I jumped straight to the Saturn, but I always figured Sega would re-release Chaotix in an official capacity at some point. So I'd hold off, and when they did re-release it, I'd play the shit out of it. But no, it never happened. Which raises a couple of questions for me. Could it really be that it's a game so shit that a re-release would damage the Sonic brand for years to come? Or is there some other reason? Well, in this video, I'm going to try and find the answers to those questions myself. I'll finally be playing through and reviewing Knuckles Chaotix for the very first time, emulated via Steam Deck. You forced my hand, Sega. I'm super excited to finally have a go at the only arguably mainline Sonic release that I've never ever played until now. It's been almost 20 years at the time of making this video. To Knuckles, we'll talk about these two assholes.
Alright, so I want to see the movesets of like the new guys, different guys.
Age. An ongoing rivalry with Espio, another capable fighter, who was more of a spy and tended to fight with his stealth chameleon abilities. Finally, there was Charmy B, who was loud, annoying.
Like I knew that these were all characters from like the comics, but I didn't know if the game came first or the comics came first.
Simpson was also a prince for some reason, and a bee. Finally, in this interpretation, the group was rounded out with Knack the Weasel, or Fang the Sniper to the Japanese audiences, who was a career criminal and a member of Chaotix for a while until he betrayed them and became a foe. Although I knew back then that Fleetway had taken some liberties with the characters and their backstories for the UK comic interpretation, I didn't care. I loved these characters, their personalities, their designs. They were instantly appealing to me. They looked cool as fuck. I've known and enjoyed these characters for a long time, is my
They
point of
looked
thing.
cool as
I feel
fuck.
it meant a lot to Sonic fans in Britain back in the day, even if you'd never played the game. Anyway, back to the game. The plot to Chaotix is not clear if you go off the in-game cutscenes alone, so let's go old school and consult the manual for more guidance. It's also worth pointing out that the Japanese and Western versions have slightly different stories. As I live in the UK, I'll read the—
Why does Espio look like that? That's so weird. He's like giant. And Charmy's like so
So
small.
let's go old school and consult the manual for more guidance. It's also worth pointing out—
Espio's like as big as Crocodile Man. Vector the crocodile.
the Japanese and Western versions have slightly different stories. As I live in the UK, I'll read the Western story. But according to Sonic writer Ian Flynn, the game is presumed non-canon now anyway, as the Chaotix were reinvented as a three-piece detective agency in the 2003 game Sonic Heroes. So I guess the story, what little there is here, doesn't matter too much anymore. But here's what the manual says. Carnival Island's in chaos. Tomorrow's the big opening day for Carnival Island, a huge amusement resort with the latest in high-tech rides and games. As a guardian of the island, it's Knuckles' job to make sure nothing goes wrong before the grand event. Unfortunately, the evil Dr. Robotnik has other plans. He needs fuel for his latest diabolical devices, and the power emerald that supplies electricity to the entire island fits the bill perfectly. Wait, so he's built this on Angel Island? I'll be honest, I haven't paid any attention to the plot before reading this. Anyway, when Knuckles returns from patrolling the far end of the island, he discovers that Dr. Robotnik has imprisoned all of his friends. Espio the Chameleon, Mighty the Armadillo, Vector the Crocodile, and Charmy B. After he chases the Doctor off, Knuckles discovers that he can only rescue one friend at a time by using the ring power. Only the power that sparks between the rings holds the two partners together like a magical rubber band. As Dr. Robotnik drains the power from Carnival Island, everything on the island begins to break down. Robotnik must be stopped, or by tomorrow morning, the morning of the Carnival Island's big opening day, the Grand Amusement Park will lie in ruins. It's not mentioned here, by the way, but in addition to Robotnik, Metal Sonic makes a return as a primary antagonist, which is always nice to see. Anyway, we won't go into the story anymore. It's real bare bones in the game, and it's non-canon now anyway, apparently. Knuckles Chaotix is a lovely looking game a lot of the time. All the stages are bright and colourful, and I felt like I was being blasted in the face and eyes by a distinctly 90s aesthetic throughout my time playing, which I guess is due to its combination of pointy and square shapes and vibrant colours. The whole thing screamed radical, in a way that only the 1990s can. I really like the visual style they went for with this one. It really pops. Chaotix is set in an amusement park, which I feel makes it stand apart from the locations of the other classic 2D Sonic games of the era. It definitely has its own look, when
I
compared
feel
to
like
the
I
rest
want
of
to
the
try
series.
these
The downside to this
characters.
setting, however, is that I did find some of the stages felt a bit samey visually. Going off the top of my head, the ones that stood out to me as feeling more unique were Botanic Base due to its abundance of plant life.
Alright, I'm gonna BRB again, and then when I come back, I'm gonna start up Smash.
Colors weave into a spire of flame. Distant sparks.
Alright, that's good.
Step into the ring.
I'll be right back.
Choose your fighter. Young Link.
Alright, so... It's not memorizing that whole thing like it did on the Switch 1. So Young Link is my main, but I still feel like I never win because people online are just so good. So I can't win with my main. Did he heal like a lot of that? I just jumped into that. That killed me? No way. I've not been able to get a win, I feel like, in a long time. No way. Damn. He's humping. I mean, he's why did I say humping? He's teabagging. Damn. Yeah, that was really bad on my part. But that's what I'm saying, like, I can't really win online.
And the Marina Madness, as there were just a shitload of boats all over the place. No other stages had that. Some of the others merged together in my mind, almost like comparing a stage from Sonic Mania with its Sonic Mania Plus recolor in the Encore mode at times. Perhaps on a few more playthroughs though, I'll find more to distinguish them from each other. But I felt they're less distinct than your typical ice level, lava level, water level, etc. Maybe it could be argued it's refreshing in a way though. Let's talk the characters. The sprites look great and are probably the most detailed of any 2D Sonic game up until this point in 1995. There's a lot of shading and lighting being cast on them, which gives them a sense of depth and 3D-ness. More so than the
I feel like 1995 was like... That was like 3D games time, I think.
awesome power of the 32X. And I love the various animations the characters do when they complete the stage or when they're idle. Knuckles crouches down and spins a ring on his finger, for example, and Vector has a little dance to the music in his headphones, which is nice. Where the game can get ugly is with some of the brief but recurring sprite scaling. Certain power-ups cause your character to grow or shrink, and when your character has the big power-up, they are a huge blocky mess. This also happens when you press the button to recall your secondary character. They zoom up to the screen for a moment, and
I don't think it looks that bad.
Block of Palooza. A strange design decision.
IMO.
But this aside, it generally looks great. The title screen is cool as fuck too. Look at this bunch of lads. And the game features mid-level animated cutscenes in a way the series hadn't up until this point, which is a welcome addition. Overall, visually lovely and a unique entry in many ways. It's pretty easy on the eyes. At first glance, this may look like a standard 2D Sonic game, but in an attempt to mix up the formula, the team behind Chaotix introduced a new gimmick. You play as two characters. One primary, which you control, as well as a support character, and each are holding a ring which keeps them tethered together with a stretchy, bungee-like energy cord thing. This can be stretched out in different ways to slingshot characters off each other, allowing them to reach super fast speeds, activate switches, access hard-to-reach areas, and so on. You can pick up and throw the other characters too, which helps with accessing high areas, or if you just want to lob them into an enemy or a boss. The bungee cord is an interesting new gimmick and kind of fun. It takes a little while to get to grips with, but once you've got it down, you can pull some pretty cool shit, and it's satisfying to use.
Doesn't look like a good thing that like bungee cord like rings attachment.
It's a skill issue, but for me it never quite stopped being a little too bonkers and unpredictable at times. Chaotic, if you will. Still, if it's ever going a bit too nuts, or if a character gets stuck somewhere, you can instantly recall them to your position at the press of a button, which leaves you with control of an individual character for a brief moment, just enough time for you to get your shit together. You can choose to play as any primary character you wish, except for Heavy and Bomb, and then the secondary character you're paired with is decided by a UFO catcher machine in a pre-level hub world. You can attempt to grab your preferred character, but you've got to have pretty good timing and a bit of luck to get the one you want. Each character has their own moves too. Firstly,
I think I gotta play this.
Except for Charmy, and Knuckles glides and climbs walls as usual.
That's how you
Standard
select a
Knuckles
character?
stuff. Vector can climb walls too, and also do a power boost through the air, which gives the player an instant blast of speed. Mighty can jump on walls and kick off them, or jump up them. Espio can run up walls and along ceilings, and has his own variation of the spin attack, and Charmy, being a bee and all, flies instead of jumps. He's the most overpowered of the bunch, and he makes traversing the more vertical levels extremely easy. In addition to these fellas are two duds, Heavy and Bomb, two Robotnik defectors who joined Knuckles and the gang but are likely still working for the enemy undercover. Heavy is slow and, well, heavy, and Bomb explodes sometimes.
Really?
These two are a burden to be paired with and best avoided if possible. I'd probably say my favorite character to play as is Vector, as his power boost gives an instant massive boost of speed. And Charmy is good if you're taking on a more difficult to navigate stage near the end and you're in a
He has like a
"Fuck
jump
this shit, I'm
dash?
just flying through the whole thing to get it done kind of mood. But you really can't pick the best character for each stage ahead of time, as Chaotix does not progress in the usual linear
Alright, this is really close. I mean, close to... Close to killing Wolf. And he's teabagging. That PK freeze killed me twice. And I felt like I could have avoided it, I just didn't. Alright, I gotta avoid these PK freezes. If that was a nest back throw, dang. No. He healed it. No. No. No, I jumped into it. Dang, that's pretty good. I feel like the graphics might be better on Switch 2, I don't know. But I heard someone talking about like a Nintendo Switch 2 edition Smash, and I don't know, I don't want that.
Fashion of classic Sonic games. Instead, the order of the levels is selected at random following the push of a switch after selecting your characters from the UFO catcher. When all stages and bosses are finally completed, you'll move on to the endgame boss. And if you get to the endgame with all 6 Chaos Rings, you'll get the true ending. Something I'd recommend, as the non-Chaos Rings ending is pretty damn bleak. Anyway, more on this in a bit. This random level selection means that each playthrough of Chaotix can feel pretty unique, but it's also a little odd hopping from one stage aesthetic to another at random and bouncing back to a central point between each
That's
level.
weird how you can have like enemies as partners.
Themselves are pretty large, and I found them to have more emphasis on exploring, both horizontally and vertically, than your traditional point A to point B Sonic stage. I guess it's a little more like the larger stages in Sonic CD. Some levels are pretty straightforward, but some are easy to get lost in with no obvious signposting of where to go. I definitely prefer the shorter, more straightforward ones, where you can really get up some well-earned speed with the bungee and just tear through.
I don't know what the armadillo guy can do.
There's still fun to be had with the larger levels though, as they give you ample room and time to fanny about.
I think I would play this.
It can be both fun and frustrating as you try to progress through these stages, using this zany mechanic to navigate the terrain. Overall, I can say I was having a good time at least 70 to 80% of the time. The other times, I was feeling mild to moderate frustration as I found myself unable to access areas, usually because I was paired with a dud character, or I was just baffled.
You can get an item that's a
There aren't
character.
many badniks or hazards in this game compared with your typical 2D Sonic title, as your main objective is using the bungee to overcome the stage layouts. Which is fine and fun enough, and as mentioned, can work well. But sometimes this can mean these large stages can feel a little empty. In addition to all of this are 3D special stages, accessed by finishing a stage with 50 rings. Here you can have a go at nabbing yourself a Chaos Ring by collecting a set number of blue spheres within the time limit and without falling off the stage. These areas see you running around 3D hexagonal tubes and other mad terrain littered with obstacles. A great special stage design.
So at this point they could do like 3D Sonic, but they just didn't.
But the technical limitations cause some problem with pop-up not leaving you much time to react to what's coming up. You'll approach what looks like a massive hole and then, boom, more floor appears. You're fine.
They could have made it like better.
Doesn't appear.
Even in Sonic CD.
Fuck me, do they get
Sonic CD. This was 3D. This was the first Sonic game I ever played, was Sonic CD. On a computer.
get brutally different?
You could like walk with the arrow keys and then spacebar. And you could like charge up a run. You can charge up a spin dash and a run, and it was always like weird to me how you couldn't do that in the other games.
Difficult when trying to get the last couple of rings. Although I may just be saying this as a newcomer to the game, if I'd played this 50 million times and mastered it as a child like I have with past Sonic games, maybe they'd be committed to muscle memory and they'd be as much of a breeze as most of the other 2D Sonic special stages. Anyway, it's worth getting these rings if you can before facing off against the nightmarish Metal Sonic Kai, unless you're happy with the bleak ending of a burning city. Although this game features a lot of staple Sonic sound effects you'd expect from the series, it feels quieter for some reason. I found that there were long periods of relative silence.
Probably it's just
apart from
like
the jumping sounds and
the bee seems like a weird character. Like it doesn't have. I don't think it has attacks.
background
Just
music.
moves.
Maybe it's because there's less emphasis on the spin attack, so there aren't those saw sounds.
It's like
that Sonic
Invincible
usually
or
makes. In fact, I
something.
don't think the characters in this game make that noise. But also, there are fewer sound effects in general, as far as I recall. For example, in the final Metal Sonic Kai boss fight, his laser blasts don't make any noise at all. I thought this may have been an emulation issue, so I went and watched some footage on YouTube, but it was the same there, so I can only assume this is how it's supposed to sound. When this is paired with fewer badniks, power-ups without their own accompanying music, and a relatively mellow soundtrack, it makes for a game that is quieter and more chilled out in the audio department to what I'm used to.
Oh. No way. I need to get at least one stock here. No. That did not happen. That's messed up. Oh, I got stuck. Alright, it was a fall off, but it was better.
Speaking of the soundtrack though, it is superb. I love it, and it needs a digital release. Get it on streaming platforms, Sega. I feel like I may have thrown a fair bit of shade at this game in this review, but don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed my time with Chaotix overall. It's sometimes clunky, sure, some of the levels can be large and confusing at times too, but ultimately it's a solid platforming game, and I commend the team on trying to do something new with the series. Mastering the bungee mechanic can feel hugely rewarding when you pull it off correctly, and the zany unpredictability of it at times are all part of the fun. It's a pretty wacky game. The random order of the levels and pairing of the characters makes for a unique playthrough each time, and the Chaotix are cool as fuck. The game could have ditched Heavy and Bomb though, and nothing of value would have been lost. I love the art style and the music, and would highly recommend 2D Sonic fans give it a go, if you can. Which brings me back to my questions
I think I would try it
regarding a potential re-release. Could it really be that it's a game so shit that a re-release would damage the Sonic brand for years to come, or is there some other reason? Well, after playing it, I can only speculate that, at a time when Sega are continuously, and successfully IMO, trying to rebuild the brand's image, they feel that such a wild and occasionally clunky game would not score particularly well with your average reviewer. That could be one reason, but that wouldn't make sense as to why it couldn't have been an added bonus packaged with Sonic Origins Plus.
It seems like a lot more going on in this game than like the other 2D Sonic games, like more moves, more characters, this like bungee jumping thing.
Sonic backstory, and maybe they think that the re-release of this, a game considered non-canon, could potentially damage that. If that is the case though, I still can't see any reason as to why these characters couldn't have met years ago, then years later formed a detective agency and they just haven't mentioned the events that happened briefly 20 years ago. Anyway, who knows? Sega, re-release Chaotix. Come on. Thank you so much for watching this video. It's been interesting reviewing a classic Sonic game that I'd never played before in the modern age as an adult. I can't help but wonder if I played this loads as a kid and knew it inside out like I do the other classic Sonic games, would it be a timeless, flawless classic to me? Or would I feel the same way about it being a bit clunky and...
Video game market. The Saturn was a complete flop, as it didn't have a very desirable catalog and just wasn't as advanced as the N64. It also doesn't help that Sega completely dropped development of Sonic Extreme. This game was a premature attempt at bringing Sonic into a 3D perspective, and the footage not only looks nauseating, but also gives the vibe of proof of concept. This game was supposedly cancelled due to internal fighting between game devs,
like
pressure from Sega
Minecraft.
higher-ups, and the fact that, just look at this mess! I'm glad it was cancelled, but these consecutive fumbles from Sega would just be foreshadowing to the perception of the company and Sonic as a franchise as the series moved forward. Sonic 3D Blast was originally created for the Genesis, being a pseudo 3D collecting game with an isometric camera angle. So instead of the originally anticipated Sonic Extreme, they opted to port 3D.
So what's the story on him?
I just saw this video. Mewtwo King, the streamer, loses sponsor and channel deleted. I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, he just goes around these tournaments, you know. That's how he makes his living. Just go around to these tournaments, wins, doesn't have a job, doesn't go to school, play these tournaments.
I think the person who stood the hands of time as of right now is possibly Mewtwo King.
Oh God, M2K.
A superficially stereotypical, but then also very interesting person, especially in how it comes out in his play style.
He still, after all of these years, is able to get, you know, top 5 if he stops getting emo and stuff like that, you know.
He's interesting. Yeah, he's very interesting.
Melee controller.
I just knew this guy played Smash Melee, but I just saw this video that said his channel got deleted, and I don't know why, like what the reasoning or like any context on it.
Dude, Raider, do you think you can make a quick announcement before? I need you to go to someone else. Alright. Alright.
A bit weird, but I like him.
I know Ken was ready to play him. He wouldn't admit it, and he would act like Mewtwo King's below him, but he was damn scared to play Mewtwo King. I guarantee it. Everyone was scared to play Mewtwo King, because when he's on, you just don't understand how you can possibly beat this guy.
Lord, when the fuck did this pasty white kid learn how to play?
I don't understand what I'm watching. Like, I thought it was gonna tell me like how his channel got deleted, but it's like clips like trying to like free him or something. Trying to show he's like a good person or something. But I don't know what happened. Dang, that's a dash attack kill. No. This is bad. I got 3 stocks. Wow. Yeah, I'm just getting wrecked.
play basketball.
Hey, people. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I just wanted to do a quick video on Mewtwo King. Basically, his channel has lost all its videos, so it basically ended up like this. But yeah, basically, this guy just can't catch a break. After talking out about
Like, what happened though? Like, what was the reason? So his videos got back or something? Or his channel got deleted or something? I don't know.
It's been non-stop. He's been blacklisted from tournaments. He's had people try and cancel him. And now he's just gonna score and there's no resolution to it. So it's a really unfortunate thing to see. And yeah, I just wanted to voice out my concerns about this. I mean, it's not really anything that I can really. It's just like that made and there is to bully.
I just now noticed there's this thing on the bottom right.
You know.
I don't know what I'm watching.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. It's a shame to see someone so tarred and feathered. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this, and yeah, this royally sucks. I hope.
Alright.
How in the hell did this make it into a Nintendo game? And not just once, but twice, as it's in both the original Super Mario Strikers as well as its sequel.
It's like Crash's main pose too.
Super Mario Strikers Charged. But sadly, it didn't make it into the third and latest version, being Mario Strikers Battle League, which suggests that today's Nintendo doesn't exactly approve of that gesture. So that brings us back to the question of how in the hell did this make it into the series in the first place?
What is this text box? Oh.
Gesture. So that brings us back to the question of how in the hell did this make it into the series in the first place? Well, to find out, it went to the director himself of the first two games, being Mike Englehart. And as it turns out, he didn't think Waluigi's cross chop would make it in either.
And we quite frankly didn't think that was going to get in.
So how did that get through? Twice, no less. I think it's in both games.
Yeah, it's in both games. Yeah. Yeah. And he actually, in the sequel, he has one of the cut sequences where he waves it off.
Yeah,
and
he's
his
like,
finger,
no,
like he's going to
you'll
give it
get
to you,
it.
and he's like, I'm not going to do it. Well, the inspiration for that came from, quite frankly, like the shape. Even though it's a V, we thought it was a representation of part of the W. So that's
Right.
sort of his way of connecting into his first initial. You know, like Waluigi, we kind of depicted him as being. Yeah, he's a bit, I don't know, a bit edgier than Wario. Wario's kind of on the nose in terms of a bad guy, and Waluigi, we just wanted to, you know, explore him a bit more. And, you know, he's actually kind of mean to his sidekicks, too. They're both mean to their sidekicks, but Wario's about self-loathing, and Waluigi is about blame, and everybody else has done something wrong. And we explored it. Now, again, the crotch chop, you just didn't expect it to get through, but you know, nobody batted an eye, so we didn't kind of bring it up because we wanted it to be in there, and sure enough, it landed the way we'd expected it to. And I'm not sure if it's going to be in the prequel, but I'm really interested to see if it's still there. I hope it's still there.
Sadly, it was not still there. I wonder if the cultural barrier might have helped with that. Like maybe they register as being anything in Japan or something.
Yeah,
so.
probably. There's something, you know, if people don't ask questions, you just kind of don't bring it up, right? Yeah, once the discs are printed, you're off to the races, and that's it.
Yeah, you can't pass it out back in those days. That's it.
No.
So there you have it. The true story as to how Waluigi got that amazing animation. But there is so much more in our hour-long interview with Mike, as we touch on a ton more involving Mario Strikers, Mario Strikers Charged, Punch-Out Wii, and even more involving next-level games in general. It's a fantastic interview, and don't take my word for it, but take some of the comments as well, like Nintendo YouTube, who says, this interview was an absolute joy to listen to. So if you want to check it out for yourself, either click the link on the screen right now or in the description below. And with that, thank you for watching.
I'm not showing the right
For more on
screen.
Waluigi in the future and everything
Not
else we can
bad.
do here as well. We'll catch you later. Bye, everyone.
Alright, I think I'm gonna change the game. And maybe I come back to Smash later. I haven't even been trying like forward smash because I feel like it's not gonna land. Come on, one stock. My God. Whoa. That up throw. Alright. One sec. GG's, yeah, you wrecked me. I'm gonna play Sonic X Shadow Generations. I'm gonna play Shadow Generations. Alright, you have a good one too. Yeah, maybe I'll play Smash later. Alright, so there's 3 hidden chows now in each Sonic Generations level. I did not find those. I wonder if there's like a reward for finding those. Okay, so I just beat the Bio Lizard boss. And after that, it like kind of opens up this world a little bit. It kind of becomes like Shadow Frontiers a little bit. And I guess even the areas that were there before. I also realized like this area was mostly white. And once I beat like the challenges, there's like challenges after beating the stage. It started like coloring in the rest of the stage. So I think I want to color everything in. There's also screws around the map. I think I want to try to like 100% this game. Or at least like do all the challenges, get all the art pieces and stuff. Okay, so I think I can go higher up here now. Yeah, I can. Alright, outfits from Sonic Heroes. A song. I don't know how to get. So there's no other chests nearby. 2 levels just opened up like across. I feel like I didn't like how they did this. So like you start out with a lot less level than this. And it kind of just like opens up all the way, like this whole area just becomes unlocked after you beat this boss. Like the whole map appears when at first there's just like the top left. You start with just like the small circle on the left, and then it like expands into like the top left, and then it just opens up the entire map. And now there's like some places I can't get to yet though. This map I didn't do yet.
This is the ultimate power.
Cool. I'm trying to get like all of these coin things that I can get to unlock these chests. You can get them from like the challenges and the actual stages. What is that? I like the last one. Alright, I'm gonna use up all my coins if I can, and like... maybe like I just explore this whole open area, because I just unlocked this. This is like my second playthrough, but... I definitely like never fully explored it. I didn't do like all these challenges and like this thing. I remember this took me like many tries, but I think I did do this one. And it's kind of like, this actually feels like, Mario Kart World's P-Switch challenges? P-Switch missions? Except you can't like go back to retry. Nice, so what is this area? Oh. It's like two more like grassy areas. Or like woods, jungle-y, I think.
Warning.
So I want to find all the screws also. I have 28 chests out of 96. Screws? How many do I have? They're just like hidden throughout the world, throughout this area. And some of them appeared after I unlocked more of the area. Alright, this is the last two chests for now. I don't know what that was, I just passed by. Oh, that's a screw. So I gotta find, I've never done it before. I gotta find all the screws. And then we use that to build the rocket ship. Alright, so there's 80 screws. I have 17.
Yes. No. Hey. Aww. So when I was playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, it was kind of like
I kind of did feel like I didn't want to just like tear everything apart. I wanted to like platform around the world. And I feel like there was a good amount of that. I wonder if those missions like disappear after you complete them. Here's a screw. Just like in the middle of the water. Nice. Now my question is, does that go away? Alright, a few screws around here. Let's get all the screws. I kind of want, like, in a 3D platformer, honestly, like this, it feels like darker tone, but this is just like a collectible. Like, I want like a Banjo-Kazooie style amount of like notes, like spread out throughout the world, like something to collect like that. Like quills in Yooka-Laylee. These are nice to collect. They're out of the way though. I'm saying like, just like, imagine like 3 not like coins, but like things that feel like after you collect them, they're not there anymore. And it gives you like the sense that like you explored this area because you collected all of them. Just like the music notes in Banjo-Kazooie. I think there should be a collectible like that. Like the purple coins in Super Mario Odyssey. Yeah, that makes me want to play Super Mario Odyssey just because of that. Like the concept of the purple coins. These actually are kind of like purple coins, because if there is 80 of them in this like big area. Okay, so I think I want to do these challenges because maybe I do that first. It like colors in this area. Makes it look better. I can't do this yet. Need another power up for that. See, like, new screws are appearing around. This is like the starting area and I explored all this. I think I just look everywhere for screws. Alright, that's my last coin. There's one. There's another one. The collectible in Sonic Frontiers didn't feel as good because, I mean, I don't know if this is like a collectible that feels really good to collect. I'm saying like, I think you could like buy what you needed in that game. There wasn't like a set amount or something. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like these are kind of like music notes, but if Banjo-Kazooie was like a giant level and there was no like music notes next to each other. I don't know what I'm doing here. I think I missed the screw. So I beat this one before, so it's silver. Screw. It's a lot on the water. Nice. Alright, what is this building? It's like a different looking screw. I don't understand.
Out of my way. Fly. Out of my way. Fly. Yeah. Fly! Out of my way! Fly!
I don't get it.
Fly!
It's a crazy move. I see. Knew it. This game definitely, probably when they were making this whole 3D world, they made this like 3D feel so much better than like the movement feels like so much better than Sonic Generations 3D. This feels really good. It's like when they tested this game, when they were making it in like this 3D space, they like really looked at like moving around in 3D, because in
Chaos control.
in Sonic Generations, you're mostly like holding boost through levels, and they're like very, whoa.
New notification. Screenshot capture.
You're like holding boost through levels, and they're very like linear. You're going like straight. You're not in like an open area like this. So they really looked at like how you move in 3D. It definitely feels different and better. But maybe Sonic Generations? That is a good question. Maybe it feels like this too. Or maybe it feels the same as it used to. I think if I like played one of the 3D levels, I would like know what I'm talking about. Like if it feels like janky. So this is like the boss gate. So this is like the start of the next area, or the next place I'm supposed to go, but I need to do the acts first.
All too easy.
Nice.
Out of my way.
I gotta pop these in every area too. Secret. Gerald Robotnik's diary. I don't know if I like do everything I can do in this area first, or I think that's what I do. Because that's what it was like, and I think that makes it more fun. Like when that area opens up, before it was a lot less area to explore, so I just explored everything. But I'm gonna get like another upgrade where I can like go through the purple stuff, so that's like another expansion to where I can go. But I can see like most of the game right now. Or like most of this hub world. I think I like take my time and before expanding it again or anything. Get like all the art pieces and stuff, color and everything. Okay. I want to keep like exploring this whole world first though. Like there's a screw over there. Like everywhere I can explore for now. Nice.
Out of my way.
I had to make sure he wasn't like directly over anything so I could pick it up. So I unlocked 2 levels or 2 areas. They're not like, they're like pretty good areas, I won't lie, both of them. Even though like one of them came from Sonic 06, it doesn't make the level like bad or anything. It's still like a good level, I think. Yeah, I think all the levels are like pretty good. Maybe like a little, I think it's weird how they actually don't follow this rule. I thought they did. It's like everything they recreated for Shadow is like an appearance he made in a game. But then there's also like a Sonic Frontiers level, so that's definitely different.
This is it. All right.
Alright, let me explore around this building. I knew there was stuff here. That's it. That's like a callback to the first Sonic Generations, that little thing. The little side-scrolling section. Whoa. Really? All of that for one of these arts? It must be like a really good art. This is reminding me of like Super Mario Odyssey, and also making me want to play it. I don't think Super Mario 3D Land, like Bowser's Fury, I don't know if Bowser's Fury has like collectibles like that. I want to like collect all the purple coins, I don't know. Or like music notes. Banjo-Kazooie. Maybe I just play this game that I'm playing though. I collect all the screws.
This is the ultimate power. That's it.
So I gotta unlock all of these things. Kinda wanna like 100% this game. 33%?
Generation selected.
Kingdom Valley and Sunset Heights. Honestly, I think two very good, like, they're like foresty, towny, or like city, but also like, I think like two good levels, and then like all the challenges around them are gonna be cool, I think. One of them's like kind of like forest area. Okay, screws. So I don't think I'll get there today, but like once you can like fly around the whole map, that's when it gets kind of sick. I mean, that's when I stopped playing after I got there. But I kind of wanted to like get there, do all the extra challenge missions. There's like some challenge missions I never did. I didn't complete. Like, there's a decent amount to 100%, and there's also all of Sonic Generations. Planet Wisp is a level there. Oh, Sonic Colors. I forgot about that.
Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Replace Sonic Colors. Alright. This is gonna be really hard. I think going loop-de-loop was a waste of time. Okay. There's no way, dude. There's no possible way. I mean, at least that time. Okay, I want to color in the map. I want to do that. So this place is almost completely colored in. It might be completely colored in, actually. Oh, grind rails. So these I did. These I also did. That's why this is colored in, okay. Okay, let me do the... So this area is like more colored in, you can kind of see that. This is like as colored in as it gets for Rail Canyon. Rail Canyon is like a new sky rail. They took like, I think they realized like Sonic Adventure 2 is like the coolest one. And then like Radical Highway is its whole like 3-act like major like ending to the game. And you also like return back to Radical Highway like a few times throughout this game. Just like during normal levels, you just go back to Radical Highway, but it's all like messed up and like... It's like they wanted it to be a location you return to multiple times. Instead of just being a level. They're like, this is the most iconic like area for Shadow. It kind of is. And Skyrail. No.
All right.
All right, so how this area is colored in, I want to try to color in the first area. But are there any screws on the way? So I'll look for screws as I play through the game, like unlocking all the challenges and stuff. New screws just appeared in the starting areas as you keep opening it up. And there's like boxes everywhere I need to open. Nice. Alright, so to color this in, I have to complete these missions over here. Or these challenges. And then like all this, like white area around this will be colored in. And like some of these things, like this over here will be colored in. Oh, I didn't even see that box before. Oh, you gotta find them to put them on the map. That's cool. Oh, that area up there, I don't think it even existed before. Yeah, it wasn't there before. So these spinning things are gonna get colored in too. I just have to do these challenge levels. There BRB before that.
notification. DualSense wireless controller battery level is low.
Alright. I'm here. Alright, let me do this mission. Chaos Control Master. Use the power of Chaos Control to reach the goal until. Alright, so I'm gonna color in this area and also get some like coins. And also, when you look at the UI in this game, I need to be out in the open for it to make sense what I want to say. Let me just say it. Right. Look at the top right. Doesn't that look a lot like the Donkey Kong Bonanza collectibles? How you can find like 3 separate fossils in every layer. 3 separate types of fossils, but they're the unlockables in this game. I don't know, I just saw the 2 UIs and they looked like kind of similar. What is that? Alright, I need to charge up if I want to cast control. Where's an enemy? Whatever. Alright, here we go. Definitely need to do this one again.
Chaos control.
I'm not gonna make it. Nice. The coins are like pretty easy to find in these challenges. In the actual courses, they're like harder to find though. These courses are just, these challenges are just like so short. They just like squeeze them in pretty close together.
This is the ultimate power. No.
No.
Chaos control. Let's do this. Freeze. All right. Chaos control.
Nice. All three of them. Maybe an S rank too. Oh. No! I gotta get all three of them again.
Chaos control. Let's do this. Freeze. All right. Chaos control. Yeah. Let's do this.
Nice. You really need to think there for a second. You can't just run through that. Oh, A rank. So later on I think I need to S rank everything. Alright, so you gotta chase this thing. Nice. So where does this go? Okay, I need to be able to turn into an octopus to do that. Ooh. So I think there's a bunch hiding on the water that I didn't find. Bunch of screws. I forget how to get in there. I might need like the octopus. Okay, so this one, if I Doom Blast, if I complete this game's like a lot like Sonic Colors, just all his cool moves. All the moves he learns are like similar to Sonic Colors actually. And all the challenges and stuff remind me of Sonic Colors. But I guess that was Sonic Generations too. Like that is definitely like a move. One of the alien moves in Sonic Colors. Oh, I missed one of them. Okay, so I'm missing one of them. I'm gonna try to get that first one. And you also see that, like, this is also Sonic Adventure 2, this level. And you see, like, this enemy gets used the most like that. I mean, not exactly in this style, but, like, used for, like, the homing attack. They're, like, different colors and stuff. No! I missed it again. I don't know where it is. Is that it?
This is the ultimate power.
Oh, there it is. Come on. I don't know how to get it now. It's like you choose to get one of the coins or the other one, it seems like. Or maybe this is a totally different area. Yeah, right? That's a different path for a different coin. Wait, so there's 3 music tracks here or something? Okay, see the color coming in? Color came back. Some like alien things. I don't know how that's fitting to this area. Okay, this was all white on the ground before. This got colored in. or painted. Whatever. All of this. Those, remember I was saying like earlier, those like spinny things are gonna get colored in. Okay. This area up here. Maybe it would be fun to do another Sonic Frontiers playthrough. I was like thinking about it, like it was cool how you had to like collect all the Chaos Emeralds around the world. That was like a thing. And there's like the Death Egg pointing. Alright, so this area is done for now. This thing's destroyed. Alright, so now I should do like full levels. I could do this level first. Maybe I explore this like surrounding area first.
This is the ultimate power. Something calls to me.
Alright, how do I get that? Maybe as an octopus you can like go through those. Oh. This can't be like the same one. These have to be like different every time, right? I don't know. So I got like 3 of those in that same exact area. But maybe they fly around the entire map. See, this is all colored in. That looks cool. That looks nice. I wish Sonic Generations was like this. It's so awesome.
way.
Alright, so that's all the things I can unlock for now. I think I like slowly do all of these. Like unlock everything as I get more coins. I don't know if it says if there's like tutorial. I don't know if there's more to the manta ray, like if you can like speed up on the water. I don't know if that's the thing.
Chaos control.
Wow. That takes you across the entire map. Alright, there are a lot of chests. Look at all those chests all around the bottom right. I think those are just the ones I've like passed by or like seen. I think I completed this. Blue diamonds, I think, need to be completed. Like this one. Nice. Kind of looks like Disney World. Disneyland up there. It would be cool if these like middle sections get colored in, but I don't think they ever will. I do want to see what it means to escape. So if I find all the screws, which I've never done before, I've never looked it up, I don't know what happens. But supposedly you like escape this void. Which sounds nice. I want to see what that means. Oh, I wanted to chaos control off of that thing over there. I like how there's at least one loop. It may not be the only loop. What? Come on. That's dumb. Okay, another screw. Let me look around this area first for screws. No. Nice. I don't know if you get other things like if you keep giving screws, if you get like other things. Maybe. It's like debris falling. I don't know where I am. It's kind of cool to see Shadow's face this detailed.
New notification. Screenshot captured.
Like, wow. This game looks good. Yeah, PS5 version definitely looks like amazing. Okay. So lots of things to collect. These treasure chests look so nice too. I love how they didn't go with red coins. They went with like this new concept of... It just looks so nice, and it's like cool to find those different coins. It's like more fun than red rings.
Out of my way.
Alright, I'm gonna find that entire journal. Alright, I need the octopus for that challenge, I'm pretty sure. The octopus lets you, like, I keep saying that, it lets you, like, go on the poison water. And then you also get to fly, like, once you beat the game. Either when you beat the game or right before you beat the game. I don't remember. You just like fly around this open area. There's also like dark world mode version of this area with the harder challenges. But I am getting kind of tired. Maybe I do a level first before I end it, before I end stream. This one can't be that bad. I like these challenges around the world too. Around the Shadow Frontiers. I don't know what I was just looking at there. Alright, what is this? Let me get this. I was thinking maybe I do everything that I see that I can do in the open world first before starting a mission, like these things.
Out of my way.
Nice. I like Shadow's first comic appearance or something. Alright, so that like the completed ones don't like float up in the air. Do they? These graphics look so good on PS5. It's like crazy. Like the detail on that enemy that was holding the little paper thing. Like this one no longer appears like floating in the sky. It's only ones that I haven't beaten before. Like that one. And that one. Okay, that thing's going like out of my reach. Oh, let's go to the screw guy. I can't do this one yet. Can do this one. I think it's just really hard. Yeah, this one's really hard. That is not the right way. There's no way I win this. No! So close. Alright, I was close, so if I don't mess up here... Oh yeah, I got this. It's also a thing there I wanted to check out. That like skips this whole section. That's really good. Alright, I got this. Come on.
All too easy.
Too easy. Oh. Nice. Alright, I wanted to deliver the screws. Maybe that's just how the game works. I like beat so many of those flying guys, got so many journals that eventually you need to get up there to beat the next one.
Chaos control.
Damn, that's like kinda across the map. Those are useful. Alright, I wanna hand in the screws, see if anything happens.
Appreciated. Excellent. Yes. Ah. Wow.
Wow. An instruction manual. It's just artwork. Q&A. I don't know if this was here before. Which one did I want to know? Chaos Control, Chaos Dash. Chaos Dash is nice. Reset camera. Cast Chaos Spear. Doom Spears. Dune Blast. This one is kind of like Sonic Colors. Map icons and fast travel. Alright, Doom Surf. See, I didn't even know that. Press R2 when starting to Doom Surf to quickly accelerate. That's what I wanted to know. Alright, so 28 left. 28 left to find. Yeah, you do get a boost right away. I did not know that. So it's worth like jumping off, jumping back on. Look at the details on him from this close up. Damn. Oh, there's one. Alright, 27 left. So I know that there's a way to get into one of these, maybe this building? A way to get into this building. There's gotta be a screw in there. You can probably color that into this whole building. Alright, there's a screw right there. Got it. So now 25 more screws, I think, or 26. And that's it. Alright, let's try fast travel. That was fast. Damn. That fast travel. Let's go to the first level. Wow. That was fast. Nice. 25 left. I want to see what happens with this. And there's like 2 more areas that I haven't gotten unlocked yet. There's like an underground area and that area up there. It's like, I think there's one map up there and then there's one map underground. Something like that. I forgot what the other one is though. I know one of them is like Sonic Frontiers. There are quite a there is like a decent amount of levels in this game. Cause on top of that, there's these 2 levels I'm on. There's the first 2 levels. And then there's another level like up top. Up there. And each level has 2 acts with like 2D and 3D. One of the levels has 3 acts though. There's a level all the way up there. Like in the black thing. Oh, and more of the world comes out actually at that point. So there's probably more screws over that when that happens. There's like more platforms in the sky. So there's like 5 plus 2. I'm pretty sure there's 2 more after these 2. So right now it's like 4 plus all the challenge rooms and all those chests out there. I think there's like a decent amount of content here. Like 4 levels. I think there's 2 more after this. It might just be 1 more though. And then after that, there's like the last level, which is I think 3 acts and like crazy. So I'm pretty sure there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in all. And also like a bunch of acts on, or yeah, like 2 acts each. Challenges. There's also like hard mode challenges. Alright, I think I like do this level and then end stream. And probably play more of this later. I might play this off stream too. This is the level from Sonic 06. And this is why, like, if you look at this surrounding area, this is what I'm saying, like, this is a cool... Like, I'm gonna have challenge levels here. It's like a nice... This is like a nice area, I think. There's like a few concepts from Sonic 06 here. Like the bouncing rope, the like the wind rail. I didn't find any coins yet. Couldn't lock onto him at first. Oh, I thought I was just on the regular. I was just like running regularly for a second. I was trying to do things. Okay, so after all that, I hit R. You can do like another boost. I think I missed all the coins. So like new enemies, I think they all do the same thing, so...
This is the ultimate power.
Alright, I didn't find any coins this whole time. Oh. I didn't know like how to defend against that. I might have missed one of them like right there. Oops. This is a nice place. I like this.
All right. Chaos control.
That speed boost makes me move like so much faster than normally. This game is so good. How did I miss all of this? All of the coins? The art coins. All three of them, I missed them.